Morning, everyone. We'll call our meeting to order this morning at 9 o'clock a.m. In the true spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge all those who call this land home now and for thousands of years in the past. May we respect each other and find understanding together and recognize the benefits that this land provides to all of us. Just a couple of notes before we start. We have two time commitments this morning, I believe. We have a 9:15 a.m. delegation with the RCMP, and we have a 10 o'clock public hearing for Bylaw 23-025. Usually at the end of our meetings, we can end somewhat abruptly at times, so I just wanted to say now while I have the opportunity, just want to say happy holidays and Merry Christmas to everyone, to council, to staff, and everyone that we have the good fortune to work with here at the county. I just want to extend that on behalf of council to everyone. Councillor Van Essen is joining us virtually this morning. He is away with his family, so Eric will be online. Eric, if you need anything, just shout out or raise your hand and we'll make sure to go to you. And if there is nothing else, I believe we could move down to our agenda. Item B, the adoption of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? You move so. Morris moves to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion?
No.
We're going with it.
Hey, are we going to okay that one?
Morris is moving to adopt the agenda as presented. Any discussion? If not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Devin, do you mind move? Could you close that one blind there?
Actually, the last one too, between myself and Jen.
Thanks, Devin.
Yep.
Adoption of the minutes. Item C. Before you have the December 7th, 2023 County Council meeting minutes. Are there any errors, omissions, any issues arising from the minutes? Not. I'd entertain a motion. Morris? Yes, Morris? Morris has moved for the adoption of the minutes of the December 7th, 2023 meeting as presented. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. 9 o'clock. Why don't we move down into our department reports then? Item F, F1, Administration, F1.1, Alberta Irrigation Districts Association, the 2024 conference.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Candace prepared this one. We just had an invite to attend the ADA conference, When in Drought, which is being held from February 5th to 7th at the Sandman Hotel. And so the annual conference is in a different location throughout the province each year. This year the conference is being held in Lethbridge. So the program and agenda has not been released yet with the full conference details, but an invite has been extended to us. The registration is only $275 per registrant for the full conference, and a single day is $175. And so there was a request from our irrigation districts to see if any of council would be interested in attending the conference. That is all the details we have at this time.
Awesome. Thanks, Cole. I'd open up for any discussion. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think given the situation currently we're in, I would make a motion to have anyone from council who wishes to attend do so. I think it's vital to hear what's going on in the irrigation world, and especially this year.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Lauren has made a motion to allow any member of council who wishes to do so to attend the Alberta Irrigation Districts Association 2024 conference. Any discussion? Call a question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And if you are interested, just get in touch with Candace, and I'm sure we can set that up. We can move down. F1.2, request for additional funding for ASB conference. Morning, Maddie.
Morning. There we go. Okay, perfect. Morning, Council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a little bit of background on this agenda item. Council previously approved $25,000 in funding to provide a sponsorship for the 2024 Association of Agricultural Fieldmen Agricultural Service Board Conference. It's set for January 22nd to 25th, 2024, with the welcome reception scheduled for the evening of January 22nd. In the discussion at the October 5th, 2023 council meeting, council expressed the desire for the county to contribute funds specifically for this reception to fund the refreshments and to be an active participant in the evening by showcasing the region's strong agricultural industry. Administration has taken this direction and created a plan for the evening, which includes inviting local agri-food businesses, the region's agricultural districts, and other agriculture-related organizations to host booths to share information with conference attendees. The county will also host a booth and activities where attendees can win prizes and learn more about the work our Agricultural Services Department does. The intent is to make the evening memorable and interactive for participants as per Council's previous direction back in October. Council had also expressed an interest in creating a video that focuses on the ag industry in the county. This project is well underway, and we anticipate that this video can also be used for other marketing and advertising purposes apart from the conference. To fund the promotional products and video production, administration is requesting that council provide up to an additional $10,000 for this event. So the recommendation that's before you, council approve an additional $10,000 in funding for the welcome reception at the 2024 Association of Agricultural Fieldmen Agricultural Service Board Conference on January 22nd, 2024, with funds to be drawn from the Agricultural Service Board Reserve.
Awesome. Thank you, Maddie. I'd open up to council for any questions or discussion. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Reeve Campbell. Yeah, I think that it's a good thing we can use, as Maddie had said, that we can use it for other pieces of our marketing. We've been, always reaching or trying to figure out ways that we can reach out to our shareholders, our stakeholders, and our residents, and I think that's a great idea, or a great piece to use. So I fully support it. I think it's great, and also for us at this conference to promote the county and who we are, what we do, is important. So this is a great opportunity for us. So I think it's a great idea. So I fully support it.
Thanks, Mark. Any other discussion? Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with the Councillor, what's your name? Mark? So I'll move that council approve the additional $10,000 in funding for the welcome reception at the 2024 Association of the Agriculture Fieldmen Agriculture Service Board Conference on January 22nd, 2024, with funds to be drawn from the Agriculture Service Board Reserve.
Thank you, Klaus. Klaus has moved the recommendation. Is there any further discussion?
Yes,
Go ahead, Morris. Yep.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. What is the total we fund towards that then?
Through to CAO Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to Councillor Zeenstra. So when we originally discussed, we anticipated that the budget would be somewhere between 25 and 40,000, but we didn't know. So council had approved $25,000 to get the process started. So this would be a total of $35,000 for the event.
Any other questions? Any other discussion? So Klaus has moved the recommendation that council approve an additional $10,000 in funding for the welcome reception at the 2024 Association of Agricultural Fieldmen Agriculture Service Board Conference on January 22nd, 2024, with funds to be drawn from the Agriculture Service Board Reserve. There's no further discussion. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Thanks, Maddie.
Thank you, Council.
F2, Public Operations. F2.1. 2024 Agricultural Service Board Conference, Councillor registration. Morning, Jeremy.
Good morning, Council. I'll try to make this under 5 minutes so I don't interrupt Mike's time. So very, very quickly, this is a follow-up essentially for the Ag Service Board Conference. What we're looking for is, with the conference being held January 22nd and 24th, the registration deadline is coming up quickly. It's January 5th of 2024. Administration would like to register all ASB committee members and council members wishing to attend the event and organize accommodations accordingly. I've attached to this document, it does have the registration form. The registration is the registration fee is $787.50 per person, as well as there is a potential if you wanted your spouse or anything to attend the banquet. It's an extra nearly $100 per ticket for essentially for that purpose. And then there's also the question of if we need to book hotel rooms for any staff that are coming from out of town, or sorry, counselors that are coming from out of town, with us hosting the reception on the first night of the conference. So just a little bit of background. This is being hosted by Lethbridge County as the center of southern Alberta and agriculture in this area. This year's conference is going to be hosted at the Lethbridge Exhibition Agricultural Trade or Food Hub and Trade Center from January 22nd to 24th, and we've already made the commitment to host a hospitality suite at the annual conference as the opening session. Some alternatives that could potentially be there. Since the event is taking place in Lethbridge, this has seen a serious reduction in the cost of previous travel and accommodation that we would have paid for other conferences last year. For example, it was in Grand Prairie, so there was a considerable expense essentially to send people to Grand Prairie for that conference. So we are seeing a good savings essentially this year by having the conference right here. Some alternatives. Typically, this has been extended to just ASB committee members, but since we are the hosting municipality, this could be extended to all members of council to attend the full conference if they are interested. So my reasons for my recommendation: we are at the forefront of representing this annual conference. ASB members and councillor are agricultural advocates and leaders in this region. Participation in the resolution process at the annual conference, as well as a provincial ag service board voting member, brings attention to rural challenges in the province in ag-related topics. So my recommendation today is that council authorize any member of the ASB board, including members at large wishing to attend the conference, to have their conference fees paid for accordingly, and to create any accommodations that we might have to do for members.
Thank you, Jeremy. I'd open it up to council for any questions or discussion. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, given the fact that this is something that is held right within in our region, and we are what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, the hosts for the rest of the province, and given our financial commitment to making this a event that is something that should be and will be remembered for years to come, I think it would make sense that any and all of the councillors actually attend that are wishing to attend. So therefore, I'd like to make that motion.
Okay. Thank you, John. John has moved that any council member and ASB members at large wishing to attend the 2024 Provincial ASB Conference in Lethbridge scheduled for January 22nd to 24th, 2024, be allowed to do so with registration and fees to be paid by Lethbridge County. Does that kind of capture it, John?
Precisely.
Excellent. Any further discussion?
Could we just add in accommodation fees as well? If that is the...
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. And accommodation fees if necessary.
Okay. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, council. If everyone could please make sure they let Candace know, because Gary will be doing the registration.
Excellent. Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you.
That takes us till 9:15, which works out just perfect. So with that, we can move to our delegations. Our first delegation, D1, 9:15, we have a delegation with the RCMP. I would ask Staff Sergeant Newman to step on up and welcome.
Want that page or just at the beginning?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me check. Yeah, it's good. I might be taking a chair with me, though. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Council, staff members, Lethbridge County. Again, I will echo Reeve Campbell's comments so I don't forget. I hope everybody gets to do what they're hoping to do this Christmas and do it safely. And if there's traveling involved, just remember the roads are good, but just be careful and drive safe, and hope everybody has a good holiday season. I know we're kind of back to back here. We came last month. Just wanted to try and catch up on our stats. So this is actually, I believe Sergeant Marintet last time he was here presented Q1 stats. Those were a little delayed due to a technical reason. So now we're kind of caught back up. So we're Q2, which is July to September. So that's what you would have before you there. And the letter is a standard letter. I won't go too much into the letter portion of it. So this quarter basically involved the summer, and we had a busy summer, both call-wise and a lot of community events. I think our world is kind of back to normal as far as lots of communities hosting events and the air show and all those types of things, which definitely impacts us, and it's a huge commitment and a strain sometimes on our resources. But we had a really good summer and fall, a lot of community events that we attended, and we'll talk about the stats in a minute here, but those continue to, you know, we're not in a terrible position, but we're certainly seeing some trends in some areas. So I'm not gonna, you've been able to review these. These are just kind of summaries of some of the things that we're doing to be involved with the community. However that looks, me coming here or us doing the air show or any of those types of requests, which we seem to get a lot of. I also meet with the CAO, Mr. Beck, regularly, either on the phone or we'll meet and just discuss any concerns that mayor and council might have. So we do stay in touch that way. Our community priorities are they're pretty broad, but they're essentially every community that I talk to, the same concerns come up, and that's traffic or road safety, relationship building, so us being involved in the community, and enhanced awareness and education in relation to crime prevention and some crime reduction. So we are going to probably continue with those three goals this year. We can change kind of how we focus on certain areas in our plan, but those are the three main areas that I get concerns about from all our mayor and councils that I deal with, so including this council. So I will continue to build on that as well. We can talk about the statistics for July to September. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I just wondered on the education sector, is that the ones where you have the school visits? Is that part of what you mean by education?
Yeah, that's part of it. We don't have a dedicated school resource officer anymore. There's way too, I just don't have enough officers to dedicate one person to do that. So we've assigned schools to each member, has one or two schools. There's a lot of schools within Lethbridge County and Coaldale, actually a lot. So we try and get into the schools. We do get a lot of requests to go do a safety talk, bike rodeos. We've done that in many of the schools, so that's part of it. We also do community events, such as Coffee with a Cop. I've done that Picture Butte, Nobleford. We've done it in the county. So those types of community and education awareness pieces, plus all the online stuff that we have available that I can refer people to when they do call.
Well, I did hear some really good things about where you took the police dog out to the schools and to other events, and people absolutely loved that because their kids got really excited about it. And
yeah, we actually filled Nobleford, believe it or not. We went to Nobleford, and there's over 250 people that showed up in that little community hall there. We filled it to the brim, but the draw wasn't me, it was the police dog for sure. But it was a really great event. We've done that in Picture Butte as well. And just trying to, you know, stay in touch with the community, and they really appreciate it. And then we get to hear from our citizens what's on their mind, and overall positive, and some of the concerns we're able to address and follow up on. So it's a really positive thing. And we're going to continue that into this next year as well.
Excellent.
Okay, so for the stats, as you see, our trend continues to be with property crime, mostly to do with vehicles, vehicle theft. It's a group of individuals that we know about and that we are constantly dealing with. We have a crime reduction team out of Calgary who spends a lot of time down here dealing with those same people. We're using different investigative techniques, and we are having a large amount of success. You've probably seen in the media, if you pay attention to the media, between us and Lethbridge Police, we're arresting, and they go into the court system. And that's, you know, the best we can do is give the best product for our courts to deal with. So sometimes they're seem to be back out a little soon, but that's just the way it is. So our property crimes are up a little bit. Persons crimes, we did see a little bit of an uptick, and I'll talk about that in the next slide, in assaults related to everything okay? No spill?
Got a cast, I hit my cup.
Oh, right on. Yeah, so that was the biggest increase, was the increase in assaults and the increase in traffic, property crime, which is theft of vehicles or theft from vehicles, seems to be the big ticket item now, where people are car shopping. Yes?
Good job.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mike, I wonder if you could elaborate or just expand on what your person crimes versus property crimes sort of encompass.
Sure, that's a great question. Persons crimes is basically anything that's done against a person, assaults, verbal harassment, anything that happens to you as a person. Property crimes are anything that happens to your property, whether it's your gate gets wrecked, your vehicle gets either taken or vandalized, or mischief, or those types of things. So that's the difference. Just think of it happening to you as a person. That's a person crime, and that's how we score that. Property is any property-related offenses. What is that other one? It's at the bottom here. So this kind of gives you, for quarter 2, July to September, kind of a snapshot, 5-year snapshot as to what the crime stats are in Lethbridge County over the last 5 years. And as I had said before, things that stood out to me a little bit, and again, the numbers are not huge. These are not great big numbers that were out of control, but when you do see an increase with small numbers, the percentage goes up quite drastically. So it kind of is a little misleading, but not too bad. So assaults, let's say, I always look from last year to this year. We're up, almost 9 assaults from that quarter. So, and that also goes with criminal harassment. So a lot of that is domestic violence related, and I think I've spoke to you about that before. Domestic violence is still one of our biggest, one of the most frequent files that we get, and it's also the most time consuming for us as members to investigate. There's a lot of things that we have to do to make sure that everybody's safe and follow up and those types of things. I know that's the reason for the little uptick from last year to this year was the domestic assaults. Theft of motor vehicles up a little bit as well. We're trending 15, 15, 20 in the last quarter, so that continues to be something that we're trying to focus on. And it's not just this county, it's not just Coaldale, it's everywhere in Alberta, southern Alberta, and our crime reduction teams are that's pretty much all they do is deal with stolen vehicles, and we work hard with our partners in Lethbridge Police, Blood Tribe Police, Tabor Police, but at the end of the day, there's people stealing vehicles, and it's very difficult to stop that. This seems to be the ticket item this year is Chev trucks, pre-2008, because you don't need the chip and the key, much like the F-350s and 250s. It's just a screwdriver and you're gone. So seems like that's what they're after. So if you have vehicles or or your residents, make sure they lock them up. Don't leave the keys in them, because that still is happening. And don't leave stuff in your vehicle visible, because that's just an invite for people that are looking for easy access to things. I don't think there's any. We are seeing a large increase. If you go to the bottom here, down by false alarms, 911 calls. I'm not sure of the reason for that. So these are calls that people make, either you pocket dial 911. All that takes time. Goes to a dispatch center and we have to deal with it and follow up, make sure the person's okay. So I know that between here and Tabor, there seems to be a lot of 911 hang-ups or false 911 calls. And I believe it's a lot related to international calls. People are trying to call international, and for some reason they're getting 911 and it's going through. So that does take a little bit of our time. And the other area that's increased is our, maybe that's a good thing, is our suspicious persons, vehicles, properties calls. So maybe our message for residents to call in anything they see is starting to take effect, and we're seeing a little bit more calls, which is great. If that truck doesn't look quite right in your back alley or in the back field, people are calling it in and we're checking it out. So we'd like to see that being increased as well.
Good, Klaus?
Questions? Yes?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So all the prank calls that are coming in, that looks like that's increasing all the time, and then you have a little while, then it kind of slows down a little bit, and then it comes back. And I guess most people just ignore them, and that's probably the wisest thing to do. Just click them out and you're done. But is there any way that you can get a hold of these people that are doing that somehow, or is that impossible?
It's so widespread, and it's so, it's international. You're getting calls from, they're calling my work phone. I don't know how they get anyways. It's a robot that probably dials these, and when somebody answers, they get a pickup. To answer your question, there's no easy way to deal with that. It's 3-4 parties deep into trying to track that down. I guess the biggest thing is just ignore it and not respond, and definitely don't give any information. We still have files coming in where people are sending gift cards, doing those things that people are asking on the other end. And we just, we're pretty good. Our businesses and our banks are really good at protecting, especially our senior population, from sending that money before they check with a family member or make sure that's what they want to do. But it still is happening. But to answer your question, it's very widespread. There is a phone busters, I believe, number you can report that number to, but it seems to be that they just find another number, and it's very difficult to track because it's international. So,
John, and then Mark. Mark?
Thanks, Troy. Just a question. I know in our area, there's been some officers out there and vehicles are parked and they're watching something, which we appreciate. So is there, I guess it's two questions. One is there a mechanism in place that could let the residents know that there's some issues where there's a higher incident of crime or theft or the potential in our area, so they're more vigilant? And then what can the residents do to help you do that? I know we used to have the Rural Crime Network and things like that going on, and we've got some members out there, or residents out there now, but I was just having a visit with a neighbor the other night, and that she was saying there was an officer, so she just stopped and talked to him and was watching. And there was another incident where we had a pickup truck sitting on an intersection off to the side with its hood up, and the vehicle sat there for like an hour and a half. So it was like, what's going on? So I just was wondering, is there certain hot or spots where we're watching more, or is that something that you can share with the community, or is that part of just dealing with it? We're just trying to make your job easier. And
yeah, and I appreciate, I'm glad my members are getting out into the areas and spending some time, and that's always been my message is, let's not sit in the office and do your paperwork, let's go sit on our range road or drive a road you've never been down before and go and sit. I would love to share with you what's going on in the background, but a lot of it is kind
That's
of
what I thought, yeah.
investigational techniques
Absolutely,
that we're
yeah.
using.
Okay.
But as far as if we do have stolen vehicles or things happening in an area, if there was a Crime Stoppers, I guess Rural Crime Watch in the rural areas, if that would ever be rejuvenated, we do have the Alberta RAVE platform on our Alberta RCMP app, those types of things. But I think the biggest message is for your residents to keep calling when they see those suspicious type of vehicles, because more often than not, sometimes it's innocent, somebody's just waiting for somebody or whatever, but more often than not, we're dealing with stolen vehicles or something that's just not quite right.
Yeah, and I think that's a message we've talked about that for the last few years, that you come in, and that's what I relay when I talk to the folks. And I know the one resident they were ready to go after whoever it was, and found out later on after the process that they had weapons in their vehicle, so it was probably a good thing not to. So that's been the thing, just reach out to you and let you know and explain to them, you know, that's what's happening. So, okay, good. Okay, thanks, Mike.
I just had a few more points I'd like to touch base with. Sergeant Marintet, I don't know if he mentioned or not, it was his last day yesterday. He got a promotion and he's moving on to Beaumont, so he's done. So in the interim, we've hired another sergeant who's in the process of relocating. So we're a little short that way, but just wanted to let you know that we wish Dave well and the 5.5-year service in this community. So he'll do fine up in Beaumont for sure. So if you're going through Beaumont, stop in and say hi to Dave. One concern that
One second.
I've
Mike,
noticed.
I just have one more question.
Oh, sorry.
I just wonder if, when you're talking with him, you can pass on our appreciation for his time here as well.
I will do that for sure, yeah. One concern, and maybe I should talk to Jeremy about this as well, is if there's something that we can do more at, especially some of these major intersections in the rural areas. Comes to mind Jail Road and Howe Road. As we know, that's been a terrible intersection for long before I arrived here. And we consistently have serious collisions there, and I'm puzzled because I live down that road and I don't understand why, but it's a very busy road. A lot of people use it as a cut across to go south or north. In Ponoka, I know the county used to put the stop signs with the lit LED flashing around it. Just something to draw attention. I don't know if that's going to solve it. I do notice there's paint all over that intersection, so I don't know if there's something happening there, upgrades, or like somebody's marked off all the utilities or around there. But
There's a good potential of that. So I think that probably would be a good conversation with us and Alberta Transportation, because Jail Road is theirs to operate. Because we do have that flashing LED sign at the intersection of Howe Road and Brown Road, just 2 miles to the south.
Yeah.
Yeah, and rumble strips coming up to it as well. And I believe there is rumble strips on that section coming down to it right now currently as well. Because it has been identified in the past as a very high.
Yeah, it's a high collision area. We just had another one there, I don't know, a few weeks ago. So it's wide open. I don't understand it, but anyways, that's something we can follow up with.
Yep.
If there was potential to bring some more attention to that stop sign. That was all that I had to discuss. If there's any further questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Any other questions for Staff Sergeant? Go ahead, Mark.
Just briefly, thanks for everything you guys are doing. I mean, since I've been on council, and I appreciate these updates. All the interactions the residents I've talked to have had with your folks it's been really positive. So, and I think it's moving forward. All the education pieces that you're doing are great. So, thanks again on behalf of the residents and for everything you're doing. So, and pass that on to your staff too, please.
I will.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you very much for your time today. We sure appreciate you coming in, and I'd echo John and Mark's sentiment. Thank you for everything you do, and please, again, pass along best regards to Dave and thank him for the service to Lethbridge County.
Well, thank you very much. We'll see you next year.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. Moving our agendas now, F3, Development and Infrastructure, F3.1, Road Naming Policy. Morning, Hillary. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council. So today I wanted to present to you a road naming policy. Back in, I believe it was in September, or over the course of the summer, and then I think in September, there was some discussions about council with regards to how the county goes about naming roads or renaming roads or requests for renaming roads. It's come up not often, but often enough that I think that it merits to have a look into it. And so county council had directed administration to create a road naming policy at that September 5th council meeting. And so in collaboration with Mike Bly, our GIS and asset management coordinator, I have drafted a road naming policy based off of mostly what we had already as a guideline, and with some help from some adjacent other municipalities who already had this type of document in place. So in essence, the road naming policy is to just address, say when we get a new road, say a new subdivision comes into the county, we want to have some rhyme or reason to how somebody names the roads. We don't need, another subdivision that has the name Deer in it or Meadow in it or something like that. So just so we have some good naming conventions where we have unique but valuable names for subdivisions. And the other part is if we ever do get a request to rename a road, or say there's a service road that doesn't have a name, somebody wants to name that. We do have a few service roads here and there that are kind of just called service road. So somebody could come in, and this would provide the guidance to actually, for them to apply and for council to consider that particular name for that particular road. One thing we did want to make clear, just off of our few previous discussions with county council and the our township range roads obviously have a number system to them, is that we do not want to deter from that particular system just because it creates more confusion when you have a road that's a name that maybe has significance at one point in time, but then it loses significance over time. It's harder to track. It's harder to deal with Canada Post, harder to deal with all of our online platforms, mapping platforms. Whereas a road in the county that has a certain name, people don't know where that is. Whereas the numbering system has a logical function to it. So we have in the policy stated that any grid roads would not be eligible for a name change. So that's one highlight just based off of our previous conversations. The other thing that we did discuss in depth is aliases, and we have recommended in this policy to not have any further aliases on road. Once again, it creates that sense of confusion over the road network. We do have obviously a lot of aliases. We just heard a couple of them just at the from the RCMP. So there are some that are well known, but there's others that are less well known. But we thought moving forward, it would be just to have those names, township and range roads, stay the same. Would be in terms of administration, Canada Post, all of those other things, that it would be the best to just have them stay the same and no more aliases moving forward. We wouldn't take away the ones that exist. Some of them are well embedded, so we would keep those, but moving forward, we wouldn't have people would not be eligible to come in and ask for an alias of a road. And then the other highlight that I have with regards to the policy is that we would have an application form and an application fee, and then county council would be the decision authority with regards to the actual naming of the road. So we would present that to council, and then you would be able to decide whether you thought that was appropriate or not. In the case of subdivisions, I believe we would just probably embed that in the subdivision process, so that if somebody were coming in, they want a new subdivision, the road name would be there and highlighted already in that particular process. So just to clarify that. I think that covers off all the highlights with regards to the road naming policy. I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Hillary. Thought I'd open it up to council. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so I kind of understand, so you would like, in a hamlet, say, you would consider changing the name of a street to somebody who applied for a name, but on a range road or a township road, those would still remain the same designation as they currently have?
Yes, that's correct.
But would you put a sign on top saying, just for example, we heard to the Howe Road and the Brown Road, as well as the numbers, or not? Or how do you, I'm just kind of confused.
So with
about
those,
that.
so those are aliases. They're not official road names. Like the road name is still, like Sunnyside Road is still Range Road 21-2. Brown Road is still Range Road 8-4. Those are what we call aliases. It's not, a renaming of a road would mean you would take away that, that actual number altogether. So in a hamlet, we've done that before, where we've changed the names of the roads. They used to have names in Shaughnessy specifically. They all had names, and then we changed them to numbers. Go figure. But I think the idea is that we don't, because of how Canada Post is and moving towards service delivery that's more tuned to individual yards, having the range road and township road system is a good system to have. It's logical. We have our addressing based off of that versus having a named road. That's kind of the idea behind that. So I hope that kind of provides a bit of clarity, Councillor Hickey.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just in the fact of a road alias, an alias is something that basically has been adopted over time, and it's more of a colloquial term rather, where somebody's always just used it. For example, the jail road. It's never really officially been that, and so that really doesn't change anything with the name, with a road naming policy, in the sense of saying, people can call it whatever they want, but it will be, the grid road will continue to be the grid number, name and number and road, or, 21.2 or whatever it happens to be. If that's what I'm getting from this.
That's correct, yeah.
And Hillary, I think you might have stated this already, but my recollection is that we did have some interest in potentially making a change, and that just, I guess, uncovered a gap in our policy handbook. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's correct. So as mentioned, we did have some of this was in a guideline that we had for road naming, but in looking at other municipalities and policies, this is something that we felt should be addressed as a council document, because administratively we shouldn't be just changing the names of roads, so it's more of a council direction, and then we will implement that direction, so through the policy.
Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really like that you came up with this way, that we're just sticking with the numbers there, because if you don't live in the area of a person that had named the road, usually it's just because one person names it and the other person takes that over, and then it goes on and on. But I think it's really great that we just stick to the numbers, because out in that area, people don't know the names for people in that area. And I think and it's not only Post, but all the other people that are looking. Everybody's got the map. Everybody, you click it in your Google and you got it.
Yeah,
and you
that's
won't get that doing the Howe Road or anything like that.
Any other questions? John?
Thought he was actually going to move that, so I would like to move that County Council approve the road naming policy as presented.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation the County Council approve the road naming policy as presented. Is there any further discussion? Not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you.
Moving down, F4, corporate services, F4.1, Town of Coaldale, Southern Alberta Games funding request.
Good morning. Thank you,
Morning,
Mr.
Jen.
Chairman. Just going to bring this up on the screen here. So as council probably recalls, at the last meeting on December 7th, Mayor Jack Van Ryan and the Director of Recreation and
Get the
Community
door, Jared.
Services, Russ Tanner, from the town of Coaldale, made a presentation to council with regards to their municipality hosting the 2024 Southern Alberta Summer Games. Within the presentation and through a letter that they submitted to the county on November 15th, the town has made a request for funding to support costs associated with the Southern Alberta Games in the amount of $13,375, which is about 25% of the total contribution required for the games. Historically, the county has supported the summer games. We did for quite a few years up until 2019. I believe in the amount of around $4,700. Sorry, I'm just going through some of the history here just for council's sake. The town of Coaldale won the bid for the 2024 Southern Alberta Games, as they mentioned in their presentation, which will feature several individual and team events, and it will be held between July 3rd and 6th. So this will be the first time since 2019 that the Alberta Summer Games will be held. Through the budget that was prepared by the town of Coaldale, they require $53,500 of municipal funding to support the unfunded portion of the total budget, being $92,500. So due to the anticipated number of county residents that would participate in these games, Coaldale has made the request for the 25% funding, or $13,375. These funds, should council choose to provide them, could come from the recreation reserve. There are still funds sitting in that reserve just from previous years, several years of having other funding, and that is where the past summer games funding was drawn from. The balance in that reserve right now is just over $115,000.
Thank you, Jen. Quick class.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with asking for a quarter of the contribution, could we somehow get some recognition on that one? Because, I mean, just putting the money in, and because I would like the name of the county, somewhere that we get the recognition of putting that money in.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that would probably be a decision of the town of Coaldale. I suppose a request could be put forward with the funding if council chooses to go that route.
Okay, go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought that when Mayor Van Ryan was in, he did mention that they were willing to give some sort of recognition to the county for their contribution.
I think you're right, Lauren. Yeah. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that same vein, I would think that would be a necessary, or should be a necessary requirement if we are going to consider funding this, because, you know, right at the present, it's the town of Coaldale that has put in the bid. We did not see the value in doing so because we did not have the facilities to do that. But if it is the town of Coaldale that is going to be doing this, and branding it as the town of Coaldale, but requesting us to fund it, I think that there should be a rebranding of the games to recognize the contributions from the county as a requirement if we actually move forward and approve that.
Okay. Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve Campbell. I think we can direct administration to work with the Coaldale town administration and take that forward. I think we've worked really closely with Coaldale over the years, and I know personally years ago when Coaldale, the teams were all sponsored and represented the town or the county. It was through the town of Coaldale, a lot of support back then with us. So there's been that relationship over the years. So I think moving forward, and given the relationship we have with Coaldale, that I think that's something our administration can work with. And as Mayor Van Ryan had indicated, he'd be willing to do that, so that administration can just sort of see what that looks like and come to an agreement with them. We've got that relationship with them that's really good. So I think that's what we would do at this point, just direct administration to look into that piece of this.
Thanks, Mark. CEO Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just for clarification to Councillor Sayers, is the request to work with them prior to supporting the funding, or would council be looking to, is your recommendation that council would support the funding and that we would further work with the town of Coaldale to find ways to recognize Lethbridge County's contributions?
Yeah, I'm supporting the funding request. I support that, and it would be just to do a follow-up, yeah, with them. So absolutely, no, I support this funding, absolutely.
How would you like to proceed? Mark?
I would move that the county council support the town of Coaldale's funding request for the hosting of the 2024 Southern Alberta Summer Games in the amount of $13,375, which is 25% of the town's contribution, to be refunded from the Recreation Reserve.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved the recommendation. Is there any further discussion? Go ahead, Claus.
Can we make a friendly amendment in that our contribution would be recognized, because otherwise I can see that it doesn't happen.
I think the the motion can stay. I think that we've given the direction to the administration to do that, so I don't feel a need to include that in the motion unless the rest of the council does, so we can leave that to the council to discuss.
CEO back and then John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Councillor Vanderveen, the only caution I have is recognition is such a vague term, and so without defining what exactly council would be looking for in that regard, if we were to attach that to the funding, it may complicate it, where I do feel that based on Mayor Van Ryan's comments in the last meeting, to Councillor Hickey's point, that they are willing to work with us and find something that would be suitable to mirror the contribution of Lethbridge County. So I think we can accomplish that without the motion being contingent on recognition.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would echo what Councillor Vanderveen had said. I think that it would, any funding request should be contingent upon a rebranding of this to show the significant contribution from Lethbridge County, so that it isn't just a blind donation to support Coaldale.
So would, as I don't believe we've recognized Claus's proposal as a friendly amendment, would either of you like to propose an amendment then?
Yeah, sure. I would like to propose an amendment that with the funding request that we add that the county would be recognized in part of the, like in the summer games, or how? Yeah.
Substantially recognized?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so Claus has moved an amendment to Mark's motion that the Lethbridge County be substantially recognized. Is that fair, Claus?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would struggle with what substantially recognized means to Councillor Kurbis, suggesting that there's a rebranding. Lethbridge County's contribution is not a equal share to the town of Coaldale's contribution, and so I would caution that if the request is to rebrand the summer games, I think that the financial contribution that the town of Coaldale would be looking for would be probably different or more significant than what has been proposed here. So if council can maybe define what substantially recognized means, that would provide us further direction on how we proceed in those conversations.
Thank you, CAO back. Just looking at the chat, just want to acknowledge Councillor Van Essen. His comment was that he will not support the amendment as proposed. Was there any other, or I guess I would throw it back to you, the mover, for the amendment. Would you like to let the amendment stand and call the question, or how would you like to proceed?
Well, sorry. I just think that, without having to put this in, it's really easy that it's going to be not recognized, and I think that it's really important that we put our name out there too with the county. We've done it with other years, like for example at Pinch Creek, they were all, for example, wearing shirts of Lethbridge County and things like that. So I think that is important, because that is also a recognition already. And if we can work that way with Coaldale, then if administration can get that done, that they would work that way, then I could withdraw my amendment.
CO Beck?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Councillor Vanderveen. I am confident that we can work with them to find something suitable for recognition, so I completely agree that Lethbridge County needs to be recognized. I am just challenged with the motion as to defining what exactly that is. If we're gonna say a term like substantially recognized, what is that? Is that Lethbridge County branded on jerseys? Is it signage? Is it a rebranding of the entire summer games, to Councillor Kerbis's point? And so, yeah, I do feel that we can work with the town of Coaldale to find a meaningful way to recognize Lethbridge County's contribution, and we'll just have to see what exactly that is and looks like in those conversations.
How would you like to proceed, Councillor Vanderveen?
I'll withdraw my my amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then back to the main motion. Mark has moved the recommendation that County Council support the town of Coaldale's funding request for the hosting of the 2024 Southern Alberta Summer Games in the amount of $13,375, 25% of the town's contribution, to be funded from the Recreation Reserve. Is there any further discussion? If not, I will call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. That brings us to 9:57 this morning. Why don't we take a very short break and return for our 10 a.m. public hearing? We'll call our meeting back to order at 10:04 a.m. this morning. We can move in our agendas to item E, public hearings. We have a 10 a.m. public hearing for Bylaw 23-025 to redesignate Plan 231-1841, Block 1, Lot 4 in the southeast 27720 west of the 4 from rural agriculture to rural general industrial. With that, I would recess our public meeting. We are here today to hold the public hearing for Bylaw 23-05. I would ask for a motion to open said public hearing. Lauren?
I would make a motion to open the public hearing for bylaw 23-025.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved to open a public hearing for Bylaw 23-025. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. The public hearing is being held pursuant to the Municipal Government Act as amended. The public hearing is being live streamed via the county's YouTube page. The public hearing for Bylaw 23-025 is now officially open. I will now ask the Manager, Planning and Development, to review the nature of the hearing and provide an overview of what is being proposed. Hillary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council. Application has been submitted on behalf of Transmark to redesignate this particular parcel, being a portion of the southeast 27720 west of the 4th, from rural agriculture to rural general industrial. The intent of the application is to allow for the development of this parcel for industrial purposes, specifically rail-related purposes, as noted in the applicant's application to the county. I have pulled it up on the map for County Council to see, just with regards to, you can see the Transmark development and Viterra developments adjacent to this particular parcel, both with significant rail infrastructure on them. And the rezoning would facilitate the additional rail development on the property, as well as other industrial developments that may complement what's already existing on the site. This particular area has been identified within the county's industrial commercial land use strategy as an area for future industrial growth. So I'll go through the rest of my comments here. This application was circulated to all the external agencies for review and for their comment, and no objections or concern were received. I have included the comments in the agenda package. They included comments from W Gas Co-op, ATCO, TELUS, the SMRID, and Alberta Transportation. I think that covered off all of them. And none of them had any concerns with the proposed development or proposed rezoning as presented. With regards to the Planning and Development Department, we did complete our review of the proposed redesignation, and the following comments are presented for County Council's consideration. The proposed rezoning does conform to the policies of the county's municipal development plan, specifically policy 10, as this is an area that has been designated for commercial and light industrial uses within our, as I mentioned, the industrial commercial land use strategy. Policy 10.3, it also adheres to that particular policy in that the redesignation will allow for a range of industrial developments within the development node area. And policy 10.10, that this proposal will support the agricultural community and producers and is non-labor intensive. Obviously, it does take up a lot of land for what they do there, so it is a good fit for the county in terms of how we've identified industrial commercial areas in this particular area. There was, this bylaw was advertised in the Sunny South News and also mailed to the adjacent landowners for their review and comment. At the time of writing of the report, there was no submissions with regards to this particular application. I did receive yesterday a letter from the adjacent landowner directly to the east of this particular development off of Township Road 7-4. They expressed some, I guess, concerns of what had happened in the past with regards to the development on this property, but they weren't going to contest the particular rezoning as it stood today. I did forward that to County Council for just so that you had that in your package, but it wasn't in the agenda package that was put online. So if you have any questions about anything in there, I'm open to questions afterwards. With that, the application on the merits of the commercial industrial land use strategy and also the municipal development plan, meeting all of our policies. It is administration's recommendation that the bylaw be read a second and a third time for County Council's consideration. And with that, I will put it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Hillary. This is council's opportunity to receive input from the public. Those making presentations are asked to state their name and review their points. We ask that you refrain from asking questions to council. The intention of the public hearing is not to debate or defend the contents of the bylaw or the position which individual councillors may have on the bylaw. Questions asked of a councillor by a presenter may be ruled out of order. Presentations to council will start with the applicant who has made a submission, followed by any other persons wishing to comment on the proposal. Please keep your comments to the point. After each speaker, members of council will be permitted to ask questions of the presenter to clarify any details. No debating or questions from the floor will be allowed. With that, I would ask if the applicant who submitted the application requests to speak. I would then offer anyone else willing to speak. Is there anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw? I'll ask again, is there anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw? And I'll ask a third time, is there anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw? Seeing none, I would ask for a motion to close the public hearing. John?
I'd like to move that we close the public hearing on bylaw 23-025.
Thank you, John. John has moved to close the public hearing for bylaw 23-025. Is there any further discussion? Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question, Hillary. Is there any minimum distance separation between the resident to the east and the expansion proposed? Like for hazardous material or anything like that? Or is there anything like that stored there?
There is no, there is setbacks to the rail to a residence, and in the future when they, if approved by council and they apply for development permit, we would look at the impacts to that landowner and suggest some mitigating works be done. It could be in terms of a shelter belt, it could be a berm, and also additional setbacks to mitigate any impacts to that particular property. But I don't have anything that other than our typical setbacks at this point in time. But we would take that into consideration at the time of development.
John has moved to close the public hearing for bylaw 23-025. Is there any other questions or further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We can then resume our public meeting at 10:12 this morning, and then I would open it up to council for any further discussion and how you would like to proceed. John.
Thanks. I'd like to move that bylaw 23-025 be read a second time.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation that bylaw 23-025 be read for a second time. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. And would you like to consider third reading? Lauren?
I would move the third reading of bylaw 23-025.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved that bylaw 23-025 be read for a third time. Is there any further discussion? Go ahead, Mark.
Thanks, Reeve Campbell. I just wanted to make a point before we went to the motion, is just recognizing that we received a letter from the landowner and appreciate the concerns and recognize that. So I think as Hillary had pointed out, that any development permits that come through, that those concerns can be addressed, and the county's aware of that. So I just wanted to put that out on. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. So again, Lauren has moved bylaw 23-025 be read for a third time. Any further discussion? I will call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you.
We can then move in our agendas. F4.2, Quarterly Financial Report ending November 30th, 2023. With that, we have Jen. Welcome back, Jen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to preface this by apologizing that you didn't receive one earlier than this, but with the financial software transition and the balancing of the subledgers and GLs, it took a little bit longer to get coordinated and draw out the information out of the new software, but I think I have it mastered now, so or I'm getting there slowly. So this quarterly financial report is a summary as of November 30th. On page 81, I have the dashboard there for council, just kind of some highlights, revenues, expenses, where the investments are sitting. Our total tax levy, which includes requisitions, was sitting at just under 95%, but with the November 30th payment, we have seen more, November 30th penalty, we have seen more payments come in since, so it is actually above that percentage now. Our accounts payable to date, as of November 30th, I guess, was just over 25 million. Since that time, just trying to get some year-end payables processed, we're probably closer to 30, or will be by the end of this week. Accounts receivable, again, we're processing all our final receivables as well, so that one was sitting at 4.4 as of November 30th. Down below, when you look at the income and expense percentages, although the income looks low there, it excludes the tax support portion. It's just showing council where our revenues are sitting in relation to our other sources, and that's in more detail on the other summary pages. So I'll just move forward to the financial summary. So within this summary, I've included the best projections and estimates for what the year-end surplus, surplus in this case is going to look like. Of course, these are estimates. They are subject to some change once we get into the year-end financial processes and completion of funding and all of the transactions that take place. When I'm putting these projections together, I do try to include as many of those as I'm aware of and or per the budget. So it's as close as I can get it, but I wouldn't put my life to this number right now, but it's very close. I feel that we are going to have a surplus, and I've outlined the main reasons for this surplus, and I've just highlighted them. Obviously, we've had some transitions that have taken place throughout the year, specifically in the last 6 months of 2023, and that has impacted a bit of the surplus. We had some staff transitioning. We had an interim CAO only who was a current staff member, so we didn't incur too many additional costs there. So we had almost 6 months without a CAO. Supplies, chemicals, machine parts, etc. within Ag Services. As well, I didn't mention it here and I thought of it after the fact. We did receive a little bit more grant funding from the provinces here in Ag Services than we had initially anticipated, so that also contributed. Public Works, materials and supplies, primarily the gravel purchasing, and I think this is something that I brought up in the last report with council. Most of that surplus and savings there is just related to some operational changes that have taken place and more gravel crushing versus purchasing. So that has created or contributed towards the surplus. Community services was another area where we had one less FTE for a portion of the year. Planning and development, I've put 2 large development projects in particular that contributed significantly to the development and building permit revenues that were received. So this is a bit of an anomaly year. I wouldn't anticipate seeing those numbers moving forward unless we have more rather large projects, but it is a good, good thing for the county. Emergency services, the revenues there, so some additional emergency services revenues in fire in particular. And again, this number is a best estimate too. We don't have all of our motor vehicle collision or emergency services calls in for the year, and we can't necessarily estimate how many we're going to receive, so it's always on an average, so we're a little bit above for this time of year. And then just kind of some net balances, different operational savings, efficiencies, you know, lower than budgeted costs, et cetera, makes up that $849,149. Well, that is a significant number. The county's budget is 95% utilized, even with that surplus. So, you know, the budget, I think, as far as I guess what managers are doing with the budget, we are utilizing the budget. We're not, in my opinion, you know, inflating it by any means. It's just kind of the nature of the operations and things that have taken place throughout the year. We have also earned some additional interest. The interest rates increased significantly in 2023 compared to what we saw in 2022, which was a benefit. All of that additional interest revenue will be transferred to reserves, and I included that within my estimates as additional transfers. So that'll go towards the capital reserves as part of my year-end entries. So currently, based on what our investments are at, we're averaging about 4.78% on our investments, and some are earning as high as 5.7 right now. So I think that's pretty positive on the investment side of things. I'll just move down to page 83. So this is just a quick summary by department, and this shows what the budget tax support portion of the budget is for each of the departments, where the actuals are to date, and what our projections are. So you can see again how it flows through to the surplus amount of that 849, and just below it, it's consolidated again by revenues and then operating expenses, transfers to reserves, and total capital. So should I just keep going, Mr. Chairman?
Is there any questions at this time?
Okay, I'll just keep going till.
Go ahead, Jen.
Page 84 is a very similar report. Council's seen this before. I call it a statement of operations and capital. This one just breaks it down more specific by revenue type, and then again by department type. At the very bottom there, underneath total expenditures, I have included the tax support portion by budget, just so council can see what that actually looks like, and where we're sitting. Now, of course, this doesn't include all of the year-end transfers yet, and this statement of operations is not the statement of operations that you see in the year-end financial statements, which I think council's aware of. I've mentioned that in the past, but it's just to sort of give you a synopsis of where our revenue sources are coming from for the most part. Below that are just some more charts and with regards to revenues and expenses, and then I've included department activity summary for all of the departments. I want to thank all of the supervisors, managers, and Candace as they help provide a lot of this, well, they provide all of the detail for their department, so I appreciate their contributions. And I'm just going to scroll right down to page 94. I just included some provincial updates with regards to grant funding. So the municipal or MSI grant funding, Municipal Sustainability Initiative, will wrap up. So funding will now be coming in as the Local Government Fiscal Framework Program. The CAO Beck recently sent me a letter that was forwarded from the province with regards to what funding model they came up with and what that's going to look like. I see it got a little bit muddled there when it was saved to a PDF, so I apologize. But based on this information, our estimate is that the 2024 FGFF allocation will be $2.1 million or thereabouts, which is higher than what we were receiving for MSI. So I think that's positive with some of the changes they made to that funding model. So I want to share that information. Not a lot of other changes from the previous report with regards to grant funding at this time. Page 96 includes just a summary of the 2024 projects that we have applied for funding for. As you can see that the MSI operating, they're not requiring a submission plan as they used to, a spending submission plan. We just have to submit what we've spent the funds on at year end. I don't think there's any surprises there. And we have received a good portion of our grant funding to date, so I'll be applying all of that against the capital expenses. The next page is our investment summary, so you can see there our total investments and the rates that we're currently receiving, as well as our RBC high interest savings account. So we're at prime less 1.8, so we're currently receiving around 5.4. And then, of course, I just put the municipal reserve funds in there as well, with, just for council's information. And the last page is just the economic update that I have Wood Gundy provide to us annually. I think it's a nice kind of summary of what, I'm just going to rotate it here, so there we go. Yeah, no, not quite yet. So it's just they provided a bit of a looking ahead, which I thought was really nice, and where they're thinking things are going to sit for the end of the year, and just some of the economic and investment impacts. So hopefully council's had a chance to look through that. I'm not the investment or economic specialist, so I like to throw this in there just for information for council. And that is your financial summary.
Thank you very much, Jen. I would open it up to council for any questions you have. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just are the business tax and taxes about at the same level of collection rate?
Quite honestly, Councillor Hickey through the chair, I think the business tax is even higher. I think our collections on the business tax is near 100%, to be honest. We have pretty high collection there. We're quite fortunate. Even we had a few that had, I think, 3-year outstanding balances, which we followed up on. I believe I brought that forward to council a while back, and those have since all been paid. So I'd say we're closer to 98 on business tax.
Thank you. And one other thing, those properties you had listed, is that date passed, or have they all been paid up, or?
The tax sales?
Yeah.
So we ended up extending that to January, into I think January 31st, moving the tax sale to that date. There was one property in particular that was dealing with an estate. It had moved to an estate. So there was some legal stuff happening. So with that, and through the Municipal Government Act, we have the authority to push that date.
Any other questions for Jen? If not, thank you very much, Jen. Appreciate the update. Yeah, I think this just shows, like as you mentioned, Jen, just on those utilizations that you know, your budgeting process is working, and departments and managers are using their budgets, and just through kind of the dynamic nature of some of our finances, you can't necessarily put a pin where some things are going to end up, but I think overall, obviously seeing a surplus is on the right side of things, and just appreciate all your work, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I just add that when I bring forward probably in February, I'll bring forward the surplus transfers. At that time, we can have a discussion of what council would like to do with those funds.
Awesome. Thank you, Jen. Did you have anything you wanted to add, Cole?
No, just a huge thank you. I mean, I'll say it, maybe say it now, Mr. Chairman, for both this one and the operating capital budget. I mean, a huge thank you to the whole team for their dedication and effort in trying to have as streamlined of forecasting as we can, and putting that front end work in so that we can have lean operating budgets. And a thank you to Jen for putting this together. She definitely underplays the challenges with the financial conversion and the number of hours that her and her team are working to see that through, and to get this information compiled in a timely manner for council. So nothing to add to anything that was provided, but just a general thank you to the team for all their work.
Thank you, Cole. With that, we can then move down to our next item, F4.3, the 2024 to 2026 operating and 2024 to 2028 capital budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jen?
I'm inviting Devin Teely up here because he like threw me a curveball the other day and has a capital item he would like to add. I'm just teasing, but it's a pretty straightforward one. So I'm going to have him present this additional capital item because it will change the 2024 number.
Thank you, Jen, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and Council. So I've got on the screen here an addition to the capital budget, and this is for repair on bridge file 79230. And this is the bridge file that is on the Kip Road that crosses the CP tracks. So this is our biggest bridge file, our most expensive bridge file. I'll just pull it up on the map, but I'm sure everyone here has driven on that bridge. Sorry, just one moment, please. This is slow to load. There we go. So the bridge is located right here, just northwest of Colehurst. So the province is in charge of doing these major bridge inspections. It's not something the county takes care of. On these major bridges, the province is responsible for these inspections. So this bridge is on a 2-year cycle, and late summer they finished their inspection. This inspection noted some deficiencies on the bridge. Some of the girders were out of alignment, so we followed up with Volker Steven, got them to do a further analysis of what exactly is failing and a cost estimate to do those repairs. What they found was several deficiencies such as failed expansion joints, broken anchorage bolts, and misaligned girders, resulting in the bridge deck being about 2 inches out of alignment. This project will reestablish those fasteners and ensure the bridge does not continue to move out of alignment. It's interesting kind of how that bridge was constructed, just digging back into history. It turns out that when Alberta Transportation constructed that bridge, they didn't properly set the anchorage bolts in the right location because the bridge is on a bit of a skew, resulting in these anchorage bolts basically breaking on us and these expansion joints either completely collapsing together or ripping apart. So we're proposing to do this next year. We did pose a question, can we wait till 2025? And the recommendation is you better get on this sooner than later because those girders will become further out of alignment. So I'm proposing to, like I said, add this into the 2024 capital budget with a cost of $200,000 from the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve.
Thank you, Devin. Go ahead, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, with the report that you just brought forward, and that isn't it up to them to fix their mistakes that way? Because if they made the mistake at those days, so why would we have to fit the bill for that one and fix it?
So it's very similar to the rest of the bridges we have in the county, where Alberta Transportation delegated authority to the municipality, and we are responsible for all upkeep and maintenance on those bridges. I did read some notes that apparently there was a claim between Alberta Transportation and the contractor, but that claim was dropped, and that's all the information I have. I don't know the background on it. But regardless, we are fully responsible to do these repairs as, like I said, Alberta Transportation downloaded those bridges to the county.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Long and the short of it, we own it now, so regardless of what happened in the past, we need to take care of it.
Correct.
Maintain it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mark.
And just as, in the background, I would assume that we'd still be able to just try to at least attempt to reach out to the provincial government to get some coverage for that because of an emergency situation, basically. Or
yeah,
grants or whatever, but that's still an option, maybe.
I'll speak with Amelia, but there's perhaps an opportunity to apply for STIP funding to pay for these. Yeah.
Devin, maybe just could you speak to the overall condition of the bridge as it sits today? I think you said some things that could be perceived as being maybe a little unnerving with some bolts missing and some skewing, stuff like that. Can you maybe just speak to the overall safety of the bridge?
Sure. The safety of the bridge is not compromised whatsoever. It's still safe for passage. There's no recommendation whatsoever to close the bridge or restrict weights or anything at all. Doing this work will definitely prolong the life of the bridge and mitigate any further misalignments in the girders. But if we don't do this, eventually at some point, those girders are going to get so much out of alignment that it could become a safety issue. And I believe that's why Volker Steven recommended that we take care of this next year.
Thank you, Devin. Good, Klaus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this could have happened, that everything broke and stuff like that. This could have happened a long time ago, actually, before Alberta Transportation had an inspection on that. Or were they aware of this one before already?
So the bridge inspection cycle is every 2 years. So they just did it this past summer, in late summer. So 2 years ago, they would have inspected it as well, and nothing was noted. So something changed potentially. Maybe it was just, maybe they were starting to fail a couple years ago, and now they just broke or bent, whatever the case may be.
Any other questions on this particular budget item for Devin while he's up? Thanks, Devin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Oops. With that, then I'll just get into the proposed budget. So the 2024 to 2026 proposed operating and 2024 to 2028 proposed capital budgets were presented to Council on November 27th and 28th for their review and consideration. So upon completion of those deliberations, Council provided administration with feedback and direction, which has been incorporated into the budget, and we are now bringing that forward for final approval. So the 2024 proposed operating budget has a total tax support increase over 2023 of $1,317,000, $17,195, which is approximately 7.899%. We anticipate with growth that increase will be 5.672%, or $945,780. So the increase represents Council's commitment to its strategic pillars of governance, relationship, region, and prosperity by investing in the county's infrastructure to ensure that the community's best interests are represented, that taxpayers have the services they require, and that the county fosters an environment that will attract, expand, and retain businesses. As Council is aware, the Municipal Government Act stipulates that a municipality may only make an expenditure that is included in an operating budget or interim operating budget, and budget must be approved annually, both capital and operating. So the budget is utilized as a guide that allows staff to deliver programs and services within the county. The operating budget details projected revenues and expenditures for all of the departments and activities that take place within the organization. As in previous years, a 3-year operating and 5-year capital budget has been prepared for all of the county departments for council consideration. Upon completion of the deliberation meetings and consideration, we have come up with the following budget. If council is not prepared to pass the budget that is proposed today, an interim budget will need to be approved in order for administration to have the authority to proceed with programs and services for the upcoming year per the Municipal Government Act. So at this time, Mr. Chairman, I would, I'll bring forward the recommendations for the budget. So move that the 2024 operating budget expenses in the amount of $32,552,720 be approved, and that the 2025 and 2026 operating budget expenses in the amounts of $34,673,055 and $35,917,520 respectively be approved in principle. For the second motion, if we could just change that the 2024 capital budget expenditures in the amount of $11,945,000 be increased by the $200,000 that was recommended by Devin today. So does that bring us up to $12,145,000? Did I do that quick math right while I'm on the spot? And that the 2025, 2026, 2027, and 2028 capital budget expenditures in the amounts of $9,376,000, $10,033,000, $9,330,000, and $9,750,000 respectively be approved in principle.
Thank you, Jen. I'd open it up to council for any questions or discussion. Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve Campbell. I think we've had our discussions and supported this, so I would first move that the 2024 operating budget expenses in the amount of $32,552,720 be approved, and that the 2025 and 2026 operating budget expenses in the amounts of $34,673,055 and $35,917,520 respectively be approved in principle.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved the first recommendation that the 2024 operating budget expenses in the amount of $32,552,720 be approved, and that the 2025 and 2026 operating budget expenses in the amounts of $34,673,055 and $35,917,520 respectively be approved in principle. Is there any further discussion? If not, I will call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Moving on to the second potential motion. Claus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll move the second part, and that is that move that the 2024 capital budget expenses in the amount of $12,145 be approved, and that the 2025, 26, 27, and 28 capital budget and expenses in the amounts of $9,376,000, $10,033,000, $9,330,000, and $9,750,000 respectively be approved in principle.
Thank you, Claus. Is there any discussion on the capital budget expenses? If not, I believe Claus nailed that. I'm not going to reread that if we're all comfortable. With that, I would then call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Chairman
much, Jen.
and Council.
Jen, I just want to again say thank you very much. I think that it's just a massive undertaking every year that goes on. So just a big thank you to you, your team, everyone in administration that contributes to this, and a big thank you to council for your thoughtful deliberation. And I think just an acknowledgement of previous councils, for having the foresight to build and contribute to reserves, allowing us the opportunity to draw for those. But also at the same time, I want to thank this council for being forward-looking and seeing the value in investing in those reserves and building those back up again. I know it's times are definitely challenging with inflation and interest rates and what's going on in the world. So I just want to thank council for their vision and trying to be proactive and make sure that we again set up future councils for success and ultimately set up the county for success. So just a big thank you to CAO Beck, Jen, your team, and everyone in administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If we move down now in our agendas, item G, correspondence. We have two items of correspondence. Item 1, the Coaldale Lethbridge Growing Project Canadian Food Grains Bank thank you letter. As you can see in your agenda packages, we received a thank you letter from the Coaldale Lethbridge Community Growing Project Committee, just thanking us for our contribution as Lethbridge County, as well as acknowledging some of the highlights, what the Food Grains Bank has been able to accomplish over the years, and just locally what all those people locally have been able to do. Through your community efforts in 2023, the Coaldale Lethbridge Community Growing Project will be sending $220,000 to the Canadian Food Grains Bank. When these funds are matched 4-1 by the Canadian government, $1.1 million is destined to help meet the needs of many worldwide less fortunate. So just hats off to the Canadian Food Grains Bank, and everyone that's part of the local growing community. I know there's a lot of really great community members there that have been with that project for a long time now, and just acknowledge them and thank them for all their contributions to making sure this program keeps going strong. Our second item of correspondence, SEWA year-end report and talking points 2023 to 2024. Claus, would you like to maybe speak to any of this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to mention first that we did have a change in the chair of SEWA, and that Tom Grant had done it for the last 4 years, and he was the mayor of Vulcan, and now we have Ray Jiska take over the chair, and he is a councillor of the Brooks, the city of Brooks. So, and as you see, I mean, we went through various stages all through the last 10, 12 years, put it that way, and I really want to thank all those people that put all their time and effort into trying to get here. And like you see, it was a tough time trying to get all the grants together all the time, so we got over $3 million on grants in total now. And at the moment, we are busy with getting an MOU together with HZI, and that is the ones that is proposed to build the facilities, and we have not had that done yet because apparently it's really hard to get these guys all together at the same time and get something. So we hope in January that we're going to be taking the next steps in this here. So have a little patience with us, and I'm really confident that this will work out.
Thank you, Claus. Any discussion, questions, comments for Claus? If not, we can keep moving down. Item H in our agenda is County Council and Committee updates. We have our Lethbridge County Council attendance update for November. If it opens. Why don't we start in Division 1? Councillor Lauren Hickey. Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So November 2nd, had Lethbridge County Council meeting and communications workshop on the same day. I thought that was a very valuable information session that day, and appreciated having the opportunity to attend. November the 6th, I attended the EOEP course on finance, and at the RMA convention, which was the next 3 days. And November 11th, went to Remembrance Day ceremonies at the Lethbridge Exhibition Grounds. It was very, very well attended. Little bit of confusion of getting everybody to the right spot, and the guy who was running everybody to be the dignitaries and the flag bearers was his first day at the job, and it was a little confusing to start out with, but it all ended up quite well. Economic development working session was also a very good day. Again, attended the FCSS convention in Edmonton, and I guess I was quite surprised by a couple of things. 26% of FCSs in the province of Alberta are not municipally funded. They rely strictly upon the funding they get from the provincial government and any donations, and they are really struggling to perform any sort of functional duties at times because of a lack of funding, and that was pretty common throughout everybody, even those funded from municipalities. But the model that we have in this particular area is one of the best working in the province, and it was recognized as such again. And Zach does a remarkable job of keeping everything together and providing great services to this community. I'd like to thank them very much for their work. And there is no increase in fees this year from FCSS. They are remaining at a 0% increase. I think it's pretty tough to do, but they decided at the board meeting that they would move forward with that. And other than that, I think other than budget deliberations, and went to the McNally Community Association meeting, Cole and I got grilled about the McNally Road pretty good, and a lot of concerns about the solar project. But other than that, I would just like to say thank you, and good.
Awesome. Thanks, Lauren. Move to Division 2. For myself, November seems to find a way to be one of the busiest months of the year for me, it seems like. So busy month again. Had over 16 different events and a few other things on the side of that. So maybe just some highlights. November 6th to 9th, we attended the RMA Fall Convention. So thank you to CAO and Council for that. Again, they always put on a nice show in Edmonton. Thank you to RMA, and thank you for the ministers that took some time to meet with us, and thank you for Council for participating in those meetings. November 11th, attended the Coaldale Remembrance Day ceremony. Coaldale always does a top-notch job of putting on that Remembrance Day ceremony as well. One of the highlights this year was they had a guest speaker who was unfortunately someone who, her and her family were displaced from the Ukraine with the ongoing conflict. So she just kind of laid out her journey and how her and her family came to Canada and what that looked like, and just the amount of support that she's received primarily from the Rotary Club in Lethbridge here and some other service groups. And so I think it was just really a kind of a sobering talk on just how lucky we are here in Canada, but also how much opportunity we have to do some really good things and do some really great things for people that want to call this place home. So again, hats off to the organizers and everyone in Coaldale for that. On the 22nd, I went down the road to Medicine Hat and attended their Cypress County Egg Connections Conference. This was their first annual conference, and I have to say, for a first annual conference, I thought it really went off without a hitch. Really well done, some engaging speakers. Definitely spoke more to some of the agricultural challenges they face in that neck of the woods around calving and grassland and pasture management and that kind of thing. But for those producers, they're a heck of a conference. So just hats off to those organizers, and through that ASB group with Cypress County. 24th, attended the Coaldale Night of Lights Parade. Continue to be blown away by how many people come out to parades in the town of Coaldale. I think this year was another record for the Night of Lights. Just a massive turnout and a really good showing in that town. Thank you to county administration, I believe Candace, Maddie, Devin, Kira, Mark, and everyone else that contributed to getting that float ready for Councillor Sayers and I. Always appreciate that effort. It always turns out great, and it's cool to be able to participate in that. Had a couple days of budget deliberations, as everyone else did, and that's kind of a summary of my month. So thank you very much. With that, I would throw to Councillor Sayers, Division 3.
Thanks, Tori. A lot of similar highlights. The elected official education program that Lauren and I took at the RMA was great. It was one of the better courses that they've provided. A big shout out and a thank you to our team, our staff members, with Maddie with the communications workshop, and Hillary and Steve with the economic development and renewable energy. That's really appreciated as councillors to get that support and update in education. So helps us to make better informed decisions moving forward. The Coaldale Night of Lights Parade, I walked in, I'd seen the float this summer when we were on it. So we saw the transformation, and it was awesome. It was great. So I just was just looking at it, shaking my head, going, wow, what a bunch of work to put this together. And it's a lot of fun. It's nice to have some fun in the world once in a while. So to do that parade was great. And like Tori said, that the people on the route, and it was cold, and they were all bundled up. There was kids, and it was, so that's a really good thing to see. Budget deliberations, again, thank you to our staff team for doing that. That's a lot of heavy lifting and work, and the way you present it makes it easier for us to understand, so we appreciate that greatly. So thank you very much, and looking forward to 2024. Thanks.
Division 4, Deputy Reeve Curbis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would reiterate some of the comments of the previous council in terms of the communication workshops and renewable energy workshops were certainly a highlight of November, and that information was very well received and well presented. I appreciate that. RMA convention was a good venue for us to reconnect with some of our councillors from other counties, as well as ministerial meetings and even just casual encounters with ministers. It's a very good time to get a little bit of their ear for a few minutes so that we can further any of our questions and concerns to them. Other than that, I've my normal monthly or weekly meetings with the Executive Director of Community Futures, and our monthly meetings with that. And finally, we wrapped it up with our budget deliberations, and thank you very much for administration for their presentations on that, making it as clear as possible, and also for putting up with some of our questions so that we can make sure that our ratepayers are getting good value for their taxation dollars. And lastly, I would just like to extend this to all the citizens of Lethbridge County. Hopefully they have a very good holiday season, and they're able to spend some time with their family and reflect on the last year rejoice in the positives that have come out, and hopefully they have a much better, or not a much better, but a better 2024. And yeah, I think that would sum up everything I have to say.
Thank you very much, John. Eric, are you able to go through your list?
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me yet?
You betcha.
Pretty relaxed there, isn't it?
It's
pretty relaxed.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's easy, hey? So, RMA Fall Convention, good as always. The communication workshop, that one I wanted to highlight. That was very good to attend, and also to see the strategy, and also, I guess, be able to provide input on it, on what the county is working on, and trying to get a greater engagement with our ratepayers and just bring out the message better. I think that's so important, and it's so good to see that there's getting a focus on it to elevate its communication strategy. Highway 3, another meeting there. Yeah, pretty much status quo. We're going to start working soon. We are working. Stuff's happening, and hang tight and wait until your road stops. Synopsis of it. And budget deliberations. Just good. Overall, I do actually enjoy participating through there and being part of the process. So, thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Division 6, Councillor Klaus Vanderveen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first one that we're going to start with is the Picture Beauty Remembrance Day. It was just packed, and there was no room for anybody to come in anymore. And because I guess it was all the last couple of years was through COVID, I guess we couldn't do it. So this time, I guess everybody wanted to make up for it, and it was led really well. So further, yeah, I do also want to give a little shout out to Maddie for the communication workshop that she was willing to do that for Eric and I on a separate date again for the second time. And amazing with the workshop how much is involved. I was not aware that there was so much involved in the communication, all the work that Maddie does in that. And yeah, further, no, everything is pretty well the same. The rest of the my projects.
Thank you, Klaus. Division 7, Councillor Morris Eenstra. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lesbos County Council meeting November the 2nd. November the 2nd communication workshop was great. November the 6th to the 9th, RMA Fall Convention, and I thought Fall Convention was great. November the 15th Economic Development Working Session. November the 16th Lesbos County Council meeting. November the 21st Renewable Energy Workshop, and November the 27th and the 28th Budget Deliberation. And I wish everybody great holidays and all the best for 24.
Thank you, Morris. Thank you, Council. With that, I believe that takes us to the end of our public meeting. We do have several items in a closed session today. We have 5 items under a closed session today. We have item 1, Historical Local Drainage Project. Item 2, Eastern Industrial Transmission Pipeline. Item 3, Committee Appointment. Item 4, CAO Report. And matter. So with that, I would thank everyone for participating in our public meeting this morning. I would echo the sentiments of all of council. Just a big thank you to everyone. Have a great holiday season. Stay safe. And yeah, let's have a great 2024. So with that, I would entertain a motion to enter a closed session. Claus has moved to enter a closed session at 10:58 a.m. this morning. Is there any discussion? If not, I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, I would entertain a motion to come out of our closed session. Holy cow, all at once. Mark, go ahead.
Move to come out of closed session.
Thank you. Mark is, yeah, touche. Mark has moved to come out of a closed session at 2:14 this afternoon. Any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? Thank you. We are, oh, sorry, Candace. Okay, we'll resume our public meeting at 2:14 this afternoon. And we have a couple of motions stemming from our closed session. Our first one pertaining to our second item on the Eastern Industrial Transmission Pipeline. I'd entertain a motion on that one. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that County Council approve the Eastern Transmission Pipeline project with a total project budget of $15,100,000.
Thank you, John. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. And then moving down, item 3 out of our closed session.
It'd be easier for you to leave for this portion, yeah.
Should I sing or?
I don't believe so because your capacity on the next item is in relation to your role as a member of council, so there should be no conflict of interest there.
Do you want to do that? Sorry.
So we would look to discuss the thank you, sir. We would look to discuss the county support in the request from the city and LDE in relation to the interim administrative board pending a agreed upon memorandum of understanding between LDE and the city of Lethbridge. So I think that would be the first point of discussion.
Okay. Go ahead, John.
Thank you. Then I'd like to move to instruct county administration to support the future of the exhibition park and the potential transition to an administrative board pending a signed MOU between the LDE and the city of Lethbridge.
Thank you, John. Any further discussion on that one? Not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. And a second motion?
I would move to vacate the Lethbridge County Board position on the Lethbridge exhibition to avoid any potential conflict of interest as Lethbridge County works as a strategic partner with the city and LDE moving forward.
Thank you, Lauren. Any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. I believe I have checked all the boxes. Are we good there, Cole? Everything for the meeting?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. If there's nothing further, again, just a big thank you to everyone. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, safe travels, and everyone stay safe. With that, I would entertain, oh, John. Yes, John? Yes, go ahead, Morris.
Morris?
Morris, he did. I did.
Oh, okay. I believe we have a motion to adjourn at 2:17 this afternoon. Any discussion? I will call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, everyone.